And what I've got going is some touch-ups and a little bit of things, and John's working on his airplane. I'm gonna go up and get mine now. John's back. Swap the paint mounts out. Hey, you cut this down.
Yeah, how you like that?
Much better.
I took the 3 or 4 inches off of it.
How'd you get it off? Carving knife?
Yeah. Electric turkey carving knife, and just slice right through this stuff.
Let me go get my airplane.
Are you on right now? Are we on?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, what I'm doing, I'm laying out a template for the side of this airplane. And I did this because this gets a pattern down the side of it here. And because of that, I want it to run parallel with the datum line on the airplane. So I want to be straight in line with the wings and everything. I made up a template with the angles and stuff. This red line down here, you can see it through the paper here. Well, we can. But it runs all the way out to here as a one straight thing. And then there's another line that runs parallel with the bottom. Bottom would be one color. This section will be another color.
We need to weigh this because I want to see how much clear goes on it today.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Because I want 2 coats of clear on today. Oh.
2 coats of clear.
Yep.
What are you going to try to ink it too?
Yep. Not today, but.
You're going to put 2 coats on it before you ink it?
Yep, so I can sand it before I ink.
Yeah, it's better that you do, probably. 4 coats of clear. It's hard to get by without 4 coats of clear.
Yeah.
That's more than a quart.
Quart
and a third.
Yeah. Whatever. That's why I want to see what it weighs. I don't have a prop on it.
Because most of the time, what the problem is you have, you know as well as I do, is that if you just put 2 coats over your ink lines and stuff, you end up sanding into them and stuff, and then you're having the pads and all that.
Yeah.
Just not enough room, thickness-wise. Straighten that out.
Oh, yeah.
Move that one in. Got them all nice and centered on the stripes. It looks good.
Today is a day of touch-up and wheel skirts here.
Yeah.
Okay. I brought my airbrushes, the good ones, both of them.
Watch your height.
Got the tip, let's weigh it up before I do this. Do it over there in that corner.
I don't want to set the dang thing down on anything. You can do it right here. Mm. Probably pounds and ounces. More prop.
I got one.
Yeah, you really don't need it for this.
1620. You got it? You got a prop?
Yeah, hanging up right there. Just like.
Ooh, 1666.
$58.8.
Yeah, it's gonna be 62. 58.8. Got a half ounce of tip weight in it, got the fuel line in it. It's ready to go, I mean.
It'll be every bit of 62. Watch your wind. No room down here.
Yeah.
These ceilings are low.
You think?
What are they here?
7 foot.
7'6", probably. 7 foot, 2.5.
I'll be closer.
Everything in this house is short.
Well, it's all right.
Low.
It's all right for short people, but
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't mind it in the wintertime because you don't lose all that heat up in the ceiling.
right. So we got the needle valve, the fuel line. It's, it's basically ready to go.
I forgot to paint my wheel covers like a dummy. And I was painting that black on there.
Part of doing business.
Yeah. I knew I was going to do that every time. Okay, now I gotta salvage this somehow.
$58.8. 59.8, which would be 60 with one coat. 61. It's gonna be 63 ounces.
And then the mystery ounce or so.
Everything's on it. Can't build light airplanes without light wood.
No, did you read on Stunt Hanger that guy was talking about his purchase from National Balsa?
8-pound wood, yeah. That's what the guy said.
And they charged him almost $70 to hand select it, and none of it was hand selected. And he had to fight him and get his hand selected. Almost $70 to pick wood. It goes to show you, he bought $500 worth of wood, and $500 don't mean nothing to him.
Well, that's if they don't have it.
No, I just mean that it's a teeny little minuscule purchase. If you're purchasing $10,000 worth of wood or something, they might. But I know they don't have it.
Hand me your forceps, would you?
I can't say you can't get it. I'd be willing to wager that you probably could if you.
Almost $100 for hand picking, John, is what Craig says.
Is that what it was? $100. Well, the guy got ripped off and he had to fight him because they didn't hand select him. They just gave him out of their stock a 4 to 10-pound wood or 8-pound wood or whatever it was, which is a pole bogus.
He didn't get any 4-pound wood.
No, he didn't. It was all ate up or something. A couple 6-pound
Well, when we talked to Eric there, they didn't have any.
Yeah, I know.
I told you we can get some, but it won't be 36 inches
Yeah,
long.
it's 2 foot long. That's ridiculous. You can't build with that. I mean, you can build some things with it, but I don't want a bunch of splices all over an airplane. You know how hard, you know how hard they are to try to hide under a finish and all that stuff. And they always pop back out. It's ridiculous. You guys want to do something? Y'all, everybody that's got a building table needs one of these things. It's a little A-frame that fits on your table. And you can overhang the A-frame, put a weight on the end of it, overhang it, and put some towels on it. And you set your airplane up here where the wing is vertical. Work on the fuselage side or whatever. Flip it back and forth. Works like a champ. Or some people was doing it for a while. They were putting pool noodles around a big trash can and then sticking their wing down in the trash can. I guess you could do that if you don't have a workbench. Whatever it takes to skin the cat.
Wow, they canceled the Sons of Malarkey after one season. The new Sons of Malarkey.
Sons of Malarkey, eh?
Yeah, bummer.
The only biker show on TV.
And that's not true. Got the Mayans on there.
Are they still on?
Yeah.
I thought they got rid of that.
FX. $68 ounces. What a bummer.
68.
58. Might as well be 68.
62 ounces.
That'd be 63.
Yeah.
Unless the clear, you know.
Then you add 2 or 3 coats of wax. There you are at 64.
No.
You know, wax does weigh. Part of it.
What do you think of my muffler mount there?
It worked out great.
Yeah. I just had to think about it.
All you had to do is stick that motor in on the motor mount and measure the muffler to the motor mount and then take off your plywood floor. You had the dimension. Do you epoxy that in there?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to use CA on it.
I know. Where'd you get that at? That yellow phone.
Out of one of those pipe mounts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Come with a piece of yellow foam? All the foam that I tried on that, I tried a couple different kinds. That one's with sticky on one side of it. It doesn't hold up.
I don't know if that'll hold up either, but I figured it was on the pipe with the pipe mount. It's
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but it doesn't hold up. Or that whatever I'm getting doesn't hold up. Anytime you take it out, you got to replace it. Pretty much, basically it. So
don't take it out.
I'll tell you what you got to do something, you know.
Well, put it together so you don't have to do anything.
I understand that, but stuff happens, as you well know.
No.
I ended up using a piece of gasket material. I just cut a little thin strip of, paper gasket material stuck in there. It'll work. Doesn't have to be foam. Yeah, you're glutton for punishment, aren't you? Use that 16th inch tape. Use a glutton for punishment. It'll work out great. Had a guy on the website asking about pulling paint up.
Yeah, get used to it.
And all of his base was nothing but dope, and then he went and switched to epoxy paint on top of dope. And when he pulled his tape up, the epoxy paint come right off the dope, just like a big sheet.
You know why?
No tooth. It's a mechanical bond. You got to have a mechanical. You got to have tooth.
Got to have primer.
Yeah. It's you got to have it. You never have a chemical bond with that stuff. All you ever get is a mechanical bond.
Painting is a science experiment.
Oh yeah.
And you better be on top of your game.
You start mixing and matching stuff, it's all bets are off. Even as little as a thinner, from one brand, even though it's a butyrate thinner or whatever, it's both from Brodak or from Wix or wherever, you even switching that little bit can mean, you're gambling.
And we've had pretty good luck sticking with Wix, the Randolph stuff.
Yeah, if you're using Brodak, go Brodak all the way. Brodak thinner, Brodak base, Brodak everything.
Even though it's made by Wix, it's a different, or by Randolph, different.
Yeah, it's a proprietary thing. They have them do something to it to make it a little bit different. Whether it's add 2 drops of whatever in it, or
Okay. I guess I need to wipe it down.
Let's see if I can use. See, I can't even use the extra ones off this other side on this side because the dangle don't meet the.
I saved those. Why don't you just come over and I'll cut you some more wider.
I just need this one side. I know it's a 3-foot long piece of plastic,
So what?
What I need to do is let me figure out my font for my AMA number and stuff, and then we'll try to get the font, the AMA number, and the name, and then half of this on this sheet of vinyl. So I don't want to have a 6-inch wide, 3-foot long piece. It's not doing anything unless you can feed that through the thing by itself.
I'll just make them 2 6-inches, flop them back to back, and that makes 12 inches. Because these are.
Well, that's what we did here, but it ran crooked through the cutter or through the plotter. Unless you got that thing lined up just perfect, it'll track off.
Yeah.
And then I got to make sure that we get the correct size tracking off. So that was just like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Actually, it must have made it was like this. These things were touching And you had a common line that ran down here.
Right.
It was 4 squares on each side. And when it came out, it started at this end and finished at this end. And as it went out, it walked off the side of it. But because of that, like I said earlier, I got to replace every one of these. Because they're 3/8 of an inch short.
Well, you got them right here.
No, I don't. Got to replace all these. Well, I got to replace from here
Get it cut out so it
down to
fits.
here.
Get it cut out so it fits or whatever, and just come over and we'll cut.
See, that's what I was trying to do with this piece, and then I got to thinking, well, that don't work because these are too small. They need to be full size first, and which is be about there, and then this piece I could use it. So I need 13 full size squares because this gets cut off, so I don't need full size ones here.
So I just cut you 2 more of these from your thing, whatever. That we have. I think you ought to just come over and get it plotted out. Come over, and I don't care if it takes 6 foot or 10 foot, whatever. It is what it is. It's not worth screwing around and messing your airplane up.
Yeah, I know. This is one complete whole side of the fuselage. Adding those pieces in there and all that stuff just takes a chance of everything getting off and
I know all about it.
not lining up. It's not worth the risk. But what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and do the good side that I got and get it done, which is, wouldn't you know, the opposite side that I started working on here. But at least I got a template. I make everything to this template. Both sides will be the same then. But that just delays everything. That's all I did. It's a shame. I was on a roll too.
See, I want to get some clear on this so it hardens up, and I can sand it, and then I might come back and touch up again. You know?
So you're going to do the touch-ups first?
Yeah, that's what white first today. This here, remember when I thought it was overspray? It's not. It's carbon.
How'd you have carbon all the way up there? I thought you only did that on that little joint there area.
I don't know, but that's what it is.
One reason why I don't like carbon.
Yeah, but you got to have them in those full areas there.
Yeah, take a little bit of sandpaper there. I was surprised I only had one pull-up in the whole unmasking that underside of my airplane. One single pull-up and one little teeny bleed-through. I take it back, 2 little teeny bleed-throughs. I had one on checkerboard in the corner, and I had one on the side of the fuselage back in here where I had the fuselage all papered.
You know why?
I missed.
You're doing the bottom. You're not on the top yet.
Yeah, I know. You don't normally do it in that order, but that's the order I got my stencils in. But I haven't figured out what I'm going to do for the top, so I wanted to get busy and do something.
No, I always do the bottom first, but where the screw ups happen is usually top, outboard side.
Yeah, that's true. So it was the bottom inboard side.
Where everybody can see it.
Yeah. But it was so easy. I took a little bit of alcohol and got that little overspray spot off there, which was fine. And then, I gotta fix that one little checker. But I had this taped off for this corner, and I had a piece of blue fine line that ran up over onto the top of the wing. And it was just the tag end, the long end of it, and that's where it got me.
Like this right here.
Yeah, where I come up, it was beyond where
Did
I
you heat it?
needed it at. Yeah. Go outside and see my hot air gun. I untaped it all out there. It's my hot air gun sitting right out there on the table. That blue fine line tape, I mean, if you just barely even put heat on it, it'll melt. It'll just disappear, just like this stencil material does. We need a hot air gun that's got more heat settings on, because with only,
Like a hair dryer?
yeah, but I don't think hairdryer gets hot enough.
The hell it don't.
I don't know. Some different kind of rheostat in it or something.
Well, this ain't perfect, but it'll be 19. I gotta work on these. But I'm gonna do that after the clear, because I need to really lay some material in there.
I need to get that up there so I can set it up there by your airplane.
What?
My airplane, my Geo.
Yeah?
It's looking like it's gonna be a 19 pointer.
That's good. That's what you want.
I want to say 20 pointer.
And forget it. You can forget it.
That's pretty hard to do. Pretty hard to do.
Now, where's the paint stand mount?
Sitting right over there on the table, on the fence, on the jigsaw.
Got it. Okay.
You're not gonna do any numbers or anything on the bottom of the wing at all? Just
Done.
leave it like that?
Gonna get ink, but yeah,
Put those plates on the top and the solid plate underneath.
really?
Okay. Well, you asked for big washers the last time because you had it in there backwards.
No, because I didn't have the little plates on it.
You really? And you didn't go through the top of it?
No.
You're lucky. I need to make a good one. I made those things long before I had a milling machine.
I got a piece of metal cut the size already. 3/16.
Yeah.
And cut some more at work.
That way you only got one piece instead of three. And
Yeah, I need a stick to stick that on. I should have brought that. I had a 1/2-inch square piece of balsa.
yeah. A stick. my jalapeno on a stick.
Let's see what the chatters are saying, if there's any chatters. We got 16 watchers, 7 likes.
Maple.
All those doodads cost you at least 4 ounces. No, Craig.
No, not quite, but they did cost.
The 3/8 for you, they cut 70 sheets for 4.5 pounds. Do not get any wood. 3/8. Did not, oh, the 3/8 they cut for us. They cut 70 sheets looking for 4.5 pound wood. They didn't get any. All those doodads and the pilot cost you at least 4 ounces. Yes, I need a bigger workshop. Christopher Everson says, good morning, Sparky and John.
Good morning.
Tabahadla. How you liking them gas prices now?
Yeah, ain't that nice?
Up $1. Yeah. We just have to get some electric cars. Well, where do you think electricity comes from?
Yeah, you gotta charge them puppies. I don't get 200 miles charge, and then you gotta wait for 15 hours for them to recharge.
I was doing a little research on this solar panel BS. Did you know that solar panels don't produce enough energy to make solar panels?
Yeah. There's a lot.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
They can't sustain themselves.
Right. These wackos would ease up and let us go nuclear. That's the best way to make electricity. More nuclear plants. Of course, they are pretty dangerous.
Well,
But they say electric cars. Well, what do you do with the batteries when you're done with them? Landfill?
they say it creates more pollution to make the battery
Yeah.
than it does to drive a gasoline car for 8 years.
Did you know also a 327 Chevy tuned correctly carbureted puts out less emissions than with all the, the fuel injection and all that other nonsense they got going.
They had a car back in the 70s that they had an experimental carburetor or something that got out of GM.
50 mile a gallon.
Yeah. On a regular 350 or 327.
You know that went nowhere.
Yeah, they took it from me.
I'm here from the government and I'm here to help.
Worst thing you want to have.
Okay, so I gotta do the top. So first is white, then is yellow, then red, then blue, then black. Yep. We're from the government. We're here to help. Sure, buddy.
Yeah. Did you hear our illustrious president tell everybody that if you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask, but if you haven't been vaccinated, you have to wear a mask forever.
Sorry. And if they ask you for your vaccination card, sorry, I don't have to show it to you. Well, why not? This is America.
There's HIPAA laws.
Right.
You're asking me about my health, my medical records.
Sorry.
they've already infiltrated all the computers, and they have that stuff on everybody out there right now, even though they're not supposed to.
Yep. Okay, so what do I want to do? I don't need to tape anything off here. Just I'll tape it off when I get it up there. Let's see, 18 and 8. Hit that like button. Solar panels are big here. Yeah. I'm sure they're huge.
Look at all that farmland that they take up.
What is this?
It's a for a mill or something like that, where you can put pins in it and index a part. You bolt this plate to a mill, and it's got little pins, and some of these holes should be threaded and some of them aren't threaded, and you can bolt clamp parts down on it.
Yeah. I've seen that before, but
That's what it is.
what do you make it?
Well, it's dust and clucks.
Huh?
It's a dust and clucks. Keep that spinner from moving around on you.
Yeah, that's over the top. Yeah, I want to get this paint hardened up. So I gotta get some clear on it, because next weekend is the final. That's it. I gotta have it done next weekend.
Yeah, it's getting close.
We're gonna have to start going out every day. If the weather ever breaks. And if I can stay awake after work. Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'd like to see the weather up in the tune a little bit.
I got a spot here that I need to dust some white on. Underneath this blue stripe bled on the nose here.
Yeah.
It's not crisp, so I'm gonna put some white on it. And then come back with the blue, because I'm gonna lengthen that blue stripe all the way back, like you said, to make them match.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know one thing, once you notice something like that, you can't ever unnotice it again.
Oh, wow. I guess I don't need to, it didn't stick there. That's the problem.
My eyes.
Look at that.
Huh. Right where you grab it and stuff, probably a fingerprint.
Yeah,
There, how's that?
perfect.
Well, it won't flop around on you. That took a long time. Piece of some of that wood that you don't use.
So you think I ought to sand that right there?
Yeah, because you'll have a
Give me,
divot.
give me a piece of 320. I got to get some clear on it that's pretty hot, you know?
Trying to burn it in a little bit.
Yep, definitely. You talked to Dan lately about getting some of them horn blanks?
No, I haven't talked to him lately. I asked him a while back. I don't know, maybe we need to take a ride over there to him. We're gonna go spend a visit with him and go have some lunch or something.
I think.
Have him get that get his airplane up and running. We could go over. We could all meet over there at AMA or something and a practice session. I seen Mike McHenry made it out and Don Main. Made it out and tested out a couple new airplanes and redid a couple, checked a couple old existing reliables out, made sure they were all running right. So that's always nice to do. If you're smart enough, unlike me, to keep a logbook of somehow of all your different airplanes and what they take, what they last run at,
COVID.
would be nice.
Walt Conti says, "Hi, Sparky. Wanted to say hi, and the red waistband and white stars sounds a great idea, but the old styling is the new ad, and on your Connell, it will look great. I know time is a concern, correct? It's not going to be on there till after the Nats, if it gets on there. Okay, I guess we'll go upstairs. I don't need this cowl right away, I don't think. Come back down and get it. I wish I wouldn't have done that now, because now I got to put a bunch of white on there.
Did you get this blue sanded?
It'll be fine. It'll be,
If you can feel it, you'll see it.
yeah, you won't see it under the clear though. That's one of the reasons why I want to melt some clear on it, because this blue line is gonna come all the way from here back to there.
Yeah, this one goes all the way back to here. And that come all the way back to there.
It'll be fine. And those edges are done because you're not getting any dope on it. You know, I'm trying to paint without paint and it just doesn't like that.
Nope, it's hard. You got it carded pretty good.
So I need these. I need all this stuff. We're gonna have to make 2 trips.
Let me find a box.
Where's my other wheel skirt? There it is.
Put that lamp box upstairs and then we'll throw it back down.
So today's a day of touch-ups. Ta-da! We'll see what we can get done today. Because I would like to start inking it tomorrow. I gotta do laundry, but after that we'll do ink. Maybe I'll get the gold leaf on it, depending on how I feel. I'm gonna have to get another wipe down when it's on the stand so I quit.
Need to take some Prepsol to get the oily from hand prints off of it.
Yeah.
What else you got?
The camera.
That's it, the spinner and the camera.
Yeah, throw the spinner in there. Cowls in there. Yeah.
Got the cows, 2 landing gear, spinner.
Okay.
Camera, don't. Need paper? Yeah, we need
It's upstairs.
paper up here. You bring.
I
you
brought
bring
that
stuff
roll back.
Okay. I'll leave this down here so I got something in here to work with.
I'm supposed to work with sticks and rocks.
Oh yeah. Can't make a point of doing that every week.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, guys. Vomit cam again. Sorry.
You don't need to drop the booth until I clear, right? Just be so
Now, if you're just doing a little bit of airbrushing.
just a little bit.
There, plugged in there.
Well, I'm not Bad Chad, and I'm not Jolene. I don't have dancing girls, no music. All we are is model airplanes. Hopefully, you enjoy the show. I'm going to use my Iguana today. Hopefully it won't spit out any garbage. I spent some time cleaning it, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
Look at this. This is what was inside that roll of paper.
Yeah.
I thought that was paper.
Yeah, it is paper.
Yeah. A tube. It's a half-inch thick.
Make a battery out of
You
that.
could kill somebody with that thing. I make it. No, very much say that.
Make a rocket.
Albeit pretty heavy rocket.
Is the compressor all pumped up?
Yeah,
Should be
it's pumped up enough for an airbrush. Let's see.
Alright guys, gotta have air. Chris says they're getting together at the Cleveland field right now.
Are they?
Okay, this is my original paint still. We didn't use much white on this.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's thin enough that you can put it right in that airbrush
Oh,
and
yeah.
use it straight out of whatever you used on that. So at least 60% thinner.
Nice thing about an airbrush, it doesn't put any paint on it.
No. Well, I've got that HVLP gun over there that's set up just about as fine as an airbrush. I think it's got a number, it might have a 1 tip. Might be a 3/4 tip. It's not really marked, but it's super small for a HVLP gun. It's the same size tip as in my clear gun. And this one wasn't spraying the same way before, but then I got to messing around with it and got it to where I got a gun now for colors. That sprays as good as that clear gun. Let's see. I bought this gun at the paint shop. Or get taken instead.
What do you got that set at as far as air coming out of it?
60 pounds at the tank,
Yeah,
or the
it's
line pressure.
75 is what this said. Let's go 20 here.
Mhm. No, it's not quite 70 on this meter. It dropped ever so slightly when you hit that gun.
Might not be thin enough.
God,
Huh?
surprised.
Thin enough. Either that or I don't have the air pressure up enough, but it says,
What do you got at the gun there?
well, this is a Harbor Freight thing. It says 40 pounds, but it ain't 40 pounds. 57 it says. So I
Doesn't
need,
sound like 50 pounds.
No.
More you turn it down, more coats.
it's pretty thin stuff. Shoot some thinner through the gun and see if the gun's pulling.
Is the hole unplugged on the lid?
I don't have a lid on it.
No, I meant before.
Yeah. Might have to take the needle out.
You ever run any VAs?
Any what?
46s?
VF, you mean?
Or VFs?
Yeah.
I've never run one. I was gonna get them before I went to the big box.
Viper 5 had VF 46 in it.
I didn't go to the 46 because, well, for one, they're just as hard to get as anything else. And I figured the 75 just left alone, they'll last longer.
You may not be using this guy. Unless I turn the air pressure up.
Back the needle out some.
I did. Probably should have left this thing alone.
That could be finicky. Like any airbrush.
Yeah, this thing ain't working. It's a problem.
Okay, man. Wow, well, that thing would be blowing me over at that pressure. 60 pounds, 55 pounds.
Clean.
Take this little assembly out of there.
Yeah.
Use this little badger. Looks like I can't.
And they're in a bit of paint inside. I mean, it's clean. I guess I'll send that paint out some more. See what happens. Oh.
Let me use this, you're more than willing.
Well, you don't want to cross them. Cross right there.
Little fine threads on them things.
Throw that away.
Never put a wrench in. That sounds better. Should never have to do anything but finger tighten that stuff anyway.
Yeah, we need to put some more thinner in that thing, I guess.
Well,
Just put it in this little bottle, don't, you won't add any more to the big bottle. It usually works pretty good. Bubbling back for some reason. What the hell's going on? There's something plugged up. Got air.
got to be in that. A little brush.
Where?
I thought I had a little brush laying out here.
Where it goes?
Still have some of that thick.
There we go.
Getting we get out to Harbor Freight, we need to buy a couple more of these just to have them around.
That was good. This thing usually works real good. There's something dirty in it.
Why don't you just set it aside and use this one? I know it's not as dust and collects, but it
The
works.
dual action,
Nope.
I can't control the size of the spray. As easy.
Nope. Well, you can adjust it.
Just gonna get this thing working.
All you gotta do is screw this little meter in now. Screw this little thing in now. I use it all the time. I don't have a problem with it.
If I don't get it going here in a second, I'll use it. I'd like to get this working. Because I want to be able to control how big a spray I'm getting. 'Cause I ain't painting much.
Well, can adjust.
On the fly. Let's see, is this dirty? Doesn't look dirty. There, pour a little bit more thinner in there. I should be able to use this one, even though it's spitting a little bit. Probably clear out in a second. That paint's too thick. Almost done. That's good. We'll go with that. So now I gotta add some more center to that paint. Hard to believe that that is too thick.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Maybe.
You're putting an overflow vent on there. You never put an overflow vent on them.
Yeah, you have to when you run a pipe. How would I go past the muffler with the dangler?
Well, it's hard to on that kind of application.
Yeah.
That muffler taking up a lot of room in there.
Okay, more thinner. When in doubt, thin it out. Gotta be thin enough now. 60-40 to start and 50-50 after that, so it's about 10% paint.
Take 20 coats to get in coverage.
Yeah, but it's working. It's working. Okay. All right, let's let her rip, see what happens.
Hey Dan, does that chair have a massage thing in it? We might come over and visit you here one of these days.
Is he on?
I don't know. Just in case he is, he might just be listening.
Okay, what makes the dual action nice is you push down for air and pull back for paint. So I don't have any of this taped off here. So I want to be able to start with nothing and then watch the paint go in. It's pretty thin. Gotta turn the air pressure down. We got way too much air pressure. It looks like a modern day or an op art paint job from the 60s.
That's one of them digital ones. I didn't buy one of them. I just figured it's another battery I gotta mess with.
Here, come here and push on this button so I can listen to it. That's good. 35 pounds.
Be about right. 25, 30, 35. Whatever works. About them thing, it'll take about 10 coats to get through that cover.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah,
Probably so.
let it dry, cause you just aggravating the paint job. Trying to build it up, you have a run.
I got some dirt here I didn't get off. Shit. I might try your airbrush. We'll try it with that other paint, see if it'll spray it.
Might wanna put a mask on things, a little bit,
Mask on things.
you know, over your checkers and stuff like that.
Oh, that's right. No, I don't want to mess with it.
Just a piece of tape with
Let's
paper
see.
and let it hang.
I always hate this part. They're touch-ups.
Yeah, they're a pain in the ass. Take a dry one and wipe that off when you're done.
I'm gonna have to turn that off. Google is verifying my phone number. Yeah, it's working. Open the Gmail app. I don't have a Gmail app. They're just aggravating.
Did you do that painted area up there at all? You didn't touch it
Yeah,
with that?
That's fine.
Don't touch it with that.
Get back here. Remember there's paint in there, so stay away from that. That's it, there's paint in there. I think there's some epoxy on there.
Yeah, if I remember right, I seen you mucking around with that. That looks like.
And that there, you don't wanna go away. Okay, got that off. I could blow a little dry white on it, I guess, right there.
Mm-hmm. I found that stuff dries, or that Prepsol stuff dries real fast. Well, it's not Prepsol, it's acrylic clean. It dries real fast, but it says it on the instructions to take a dry rag and wipe it off, but that helps remove the oil. So I've been doing that and I've been having good results. Acrylic Clean DX 330. It's a PPG product.
That'd be good then.
I've been using it for a long time instead of Sickums or anything like that kind of stuff.
What was that shit that Wendy used?
Sickums M600 or
That's it,
something like that.
M600.
This stuff's not as expensive, but it's still about $35 a gallon. I just priced it the other day. I've had this gallon right here for probably
20 years.
at least 10. And I still got, I don't know, maybe not quite a quarter of a gallon left. That's why I priced it, because I knew I was getting low. I better price this stuff and see. Scared me down there. I went down to the paint store down there and I got that tape the other day. And I got down there and I'm going, uh-oh, the front door's locked. And then the guy come running out of the back, said, don't leave, we're doing all business out the side door. And I'm going, uh-oh, is this place gonna be closing down? Now I'm gonna have to drive 20 miles to get to the next closest one.
What do you say?
No, they're not closing down. It's a COVID thing.
Oh, yeah.
So they got the front
does-
door, the front door is about 15 feet away from the side door. All it is around the corner and down about 10 feet.
So
So
does COVID not know to go around the side?
I guess it doesn't go around the corner and then through another door or something. Because when you walk into the place, you walk right straight back into the showroom from behind the counter instead of from in front of the counter. Whoopee.
Gotta get clear on this to harden it up. Okay, let's get another coat of that white on there.
Three or four takes.
Yeah. Whatever it takes is what it takes, I guess. A couple more and I won't worry about it.
So going to be flying at Cleveland today.
Yeah.
Yep, I hope it's not too windy for you guys up there.
Is it windy out there now?
No, I don't think it's too bad today. Outside just
TJ down there practicing for his beginner stunt pounder.
I would imagine. Let's see what we got. What's it saying here? Five mile an hour. We should be up flying right now.
Yeah.
30% humidity. 68 degrees. Or feels like 68.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. With 78, we'd be flying.
Well, hell, 60, I'll fly at 68, at 70, fly at 65. Fly at 60. Take the sweatshirt. That'll be it. And we was out there last Tuesday. I had 2 sweatshirts on, a pair of gloves, had my hood up on my sweatshirt. Everybody's sitting there, their teeth are chattering. It's like 50 degrees, 47 or something like that, 50 degrees. The winds were about 15 miles an hour. It was cold. Don't knock the beginner pattern. Who's knocking the beginner pattern?
I said, Kiki's out practicing his beginner pattern.
Oh. Hey, you guys have been faced with some pretty, the beginner's been faced with some pretty stiff winds past couple of years out there on Sunday. It was, oh man, he's putting these boys to the test here. I felt for him, you know, because that's pretty nasty.
Thing that gets me is perpetual beginner. I mean, 4 or 5 years.
You gotta move up. There's a couple of them in there that are.
4 or 5 years in beginner, give me a break.
Might have more than, there's one guy in there that might have more than that.
Yeah, I know.
I had a guy that I used to fly with all the time. I surpassed him by far, but he was a perpetual beginner. And his excuse was, I can't fly upside down. I said, well, you better learn. So I keep crashing. I said, well, yep, so did I. And eventually one day it just stuck. My dad was the one that screwed me up in my progress. Because when I was learning how to fly, he kept telling me, just remember this, John, up is down and down is up, and up is down and down is up. And that's too much to have to think about. If he just told me, flip it upside down, go down, 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 you know, panic down. That would have been much easier until I figured that out.
Ah,
There's a run in it. I'll let them run there. Yeah. Big old globber running down the center of the side.
I just hope, I gotta get it hot enough that when I tape it, it doesn't pull up.
It's a beginner pattern. I give up.
Shit. I'm screwing up, I'm blowing floppers on it.
Yeah, don't irritate it. It's not spitting anymore, is it?
No.
Leave it alone, let it dry. When it's that thin, that's the only way you're gonna do it, is to let it dry in between, just keep building it up. It's wet, it just eats into it. Hey, girl,
Hey, what?
what you doing?
What does it look like?
You weeding?
No. I'm moving some items
Oh, okay, where are you moving it to?
in front here, so it's, or down, I'm taking it from down here, where it's growing up on the house.
Yeah.
And moving it down further here, more in the front.
Towards those?
Yeah.
Where the grass isn't?
Yeah.
Do you wanna get some of that ivy that we put back there by the shed?
It's not ivy.
Or whatever, ground cover, whatever it is?
I may get some of that and put it, there in that gap back in the back.
That stuff doesn't appear like it's spreads too bad.
It spreads, but not like the ivy does.
And I got that one covered good enough.
You know what? That must be a little pit.
You want
You know
this
what I
open
mean?
or closed?
It can be open. That's fine.
All right.
That'll hide under the clear.
No, you don't have to fly. If that's a beginner pattern, you give up. Well, if you can't fly inverted, that's not a beginner's pattern. You don't have to fly inverted until you get to intermediate.
Let me make sure that's in it.
Yeah. When it's like this, I see a shadow that runs from there to there, but it's a shadow, and maybe it is a white spot, but I turned it the other way, then I didn't see it. Your beginners fly inverted. They do the whole pattern.
Ooh,
Craig Beeswick says that their beginners fly inverted. If you're flying inverted, you don't need to be a beginner. You need to be an intermediate or above. We got some guys that fly intermediate that probably should be junior experts, especially at the Nats where they all fly down a skill level. I think that if you fly, whatever you fly at a local contest is what you ought to fly in at the Nats. Or they could go back to the old way when everybody was just in one big thing. There was no beginners, intermediate, advanced.
junior, senior open.
Yeah. Everybody flew the whole pattern and that was it.
That's where I came from.
Now we have beginners and then open. Is that what they do in FAI?
I think they got juniors. I don't know.
Well, juniors, seniors, and open
Oh, no.
is like an age group thing.
Oh, no. Nope.
What is juniors below 16 or?
You see a Wix sticker?
No, I have not seen a Wix sticker. I might have one downstairs, but you never set one out since you've been here. Sit underneath that thing.
I know I brought it. Might be out in the car.
Right there.
Before I paint it yellow. I need to see what I'm doing because I gotta have two of the same.
There.
Grapple.
Better check the cart. Wait a minute, Sparky, what's this? What's this?
Checkers. I got them right here.
Today's I was gonna say, because if I got them, the boundary box might not be the same
That's
size.
correct. Okay. Okay, we're on to yellow.
Yes, juniors too, but not FAI. What time is it over there right now, as far as morning, afternoon, or whatever?
Yesterday.
I know
What's
it's
the date?
about, I know it's 16 hours difference. Is it actually Saturday over there and it's 8 o'clock at night? Nearly 1 a.m. Sunday morning. Okay, then you're up late. One a.m. Sunday morning. That's 10 hours difference. It's 5 till 11 a.m. here.
Okay, I need a piece of that paper. Where's that roll of paper? We got a knife down here, a razor blade.
Scissors right there in the bucket. Not very good, little half cut, half tear, half. $14 hours difference. Want that big garage door shut?
No.
Or is the light okay?
Yeah, light's great. Sorry you guys can't see exactly what I'm doing. There's just no way that.
He's putting paper around his whips insignia. He's gonna be painting yellow, black.
What?
Voila.
Yeah, hopefully this will spray out. And I'll have to have thinner.
Stick it in that other gun.
Make it thin enough. I might just get out the Grex and shoot it. I mean, that's.
Well, it's an airbrush. Might be a little thick. Color.
Just thin it out.
You definitely thinned it out. That's actually much.
Add a little more paint to it, I guess. This is old stuff here. J&J Hobby, $5.79.
Once the right, but still might be a little thin. Wet. don't anymore.
Probably should have shot.
Needs more, needs a primer or something on there maybe. I don't think it's gonna cover that
Right.
red.
Yeah. What are they saying? Anything?
Normally that does pretty good on that. No, we don't use just normal vinyl lettering for the mask. It's a low tack masking film that you get online,
Or a cover.
or cover low tack blue masking film. Believe me, it sticks pretty good even for a low tack. Hey Gary.
Gary Sinclair.
Yeah. Yeah, or cover makes it. You can get it from US Cutter. You can get it, just go online and get it because it's cheaper than going through US Cutter and getting it.
Amazon.
Amazon costs about, for a 25-foot roll is about $36. And for a 50-yard roll, 150 feet basically, is about $70 if you got a plotter cutter. I found that clear plastic transfer tape,
Yeah.
and it's about $9 a roll for a
100-foot.
100-foot roll. Or you can get the paper kind that you can see through. The clear plastic is really nice because if you're laying stencil on top of stencil and stuff, you got a nice visual reference. It makes it a little bit easier. Get 6-inch wide rolls. A lot of your stencils aren't bigger than 6 inches wide, most of them. And you can just put multiple strips of that stuff on. If you got something wider, it doesn't hurt anything. These touch-ups are always a pain in the butt. Do you primer, don't you primer, do you know? Sometimes they do all that stuff like the hinges.
Rush. Yeah, it really needs primer on it. I don't have it on here. What's that can back there? DC 540?
Yeah. I don't think you want to use it.
Huh?
I don't think you want to use it.
Got the new stuff?
Yeah. I don't even know if I got any.
Well, our yellow paint ain't covering very good, so we're gonna put a little primer on it. And hide them red stripes. what I'm gonna use is I'm gonna use much. With the new stuff or the old stuff?
That's the good stuff.
Ketones and toluene, right?
Oh, I got. That stuff's like gold.
Want this open?
Do this, they keep complaining.
That'll do it, huh?
Yeah, hit it a little bit right there on the end, tips of them. It'll swell up. So.
And I can just do a light coat of yellow on it, and they'll all be the same color.
Let it dry, see how much dirt, you know how that stuff darkens up and thickens.
Let's see what the chatters have to say.
Don't like doing that on stencils because it thickens up so much and makes such a thick edge.
Yeah. Kinda gotta do it though.
Yeah.
Yes, you can put colored tissue over your base white coat, but why?
True. Most reason for using colored tissue is to either use less paint or you got a clear finish and you're using colored tissue for your colors. If you're going to do your whole airplane in red and you cover it with red tissue paper, it'll take less red paint to finish it in the end. That's sort of what we're doing by tinting our base coat with, our planes are basically white as a base everywhere. It makes your colors pop more than the gray finish. You know, the gray will make it things darker, silver will make things darker, black will make things real dark.
Okay, this is the paint that I started with to paint that the whole airplane. That was filled up to there, 1 pint, then filled to the top. That's how much I used to paint my airplane.
And the reason for that is, like we said, we tinted the clear from the bare wood on up with like a tablespoon or 2 tablespoons of white paint in your clear dough. Thin that out and start brushing it on from the ground up. So the whole airplane was basically tinted white, covered with white, basically tissue paper or, you know, regular old silk span, and painted. There's 3 base coats on the bare wood or 4. There's 3 coats or 4 on the tissue paper. And by then that tinted clear has made that airplane pretty much white, sort of a transparent white. It comes time to spray it and make it opaque. It takes very little paint. Now you could tint that clear with red if your whole airplane's going to be red or blue or whatever. You could tint it with that. But if you're going to paint any other colors on there, if you do that, you're sort of dead in the water because you're going to have to go to a primer and to block any dark colors that you're going to put light colors over. And I mean, we do it the easy way. That's why you've seen most of our airplanes, they're all white. It's easiest to start off with that, the lightest color. Like I said, it makes your colors pop more, makes them brighter. If you want to, do you a little experiment at home, you know, take you some test samples and put down different color primers and base. You know, try a clear, try a tinted white clear, try a gray primer, and then just do that all in one little sample piece and then take a color and paint over top of it and look how it changes from one to the next. You know, if you use a gold base, it does another thing, and mostly do that on candies and stuff like that, but
Silver base makes the paint pull up.
yeah, silver base doesn't stick very good at all. Metal, plus you're putting metal on your airplane. I guess you battery guys might wanna put that silver on there so you get better conductivity for your battery packs.
Yeah, paint your airplane silver, and then solder the wires to the skin, and leave the wires out of it. So you're using the airplane as the ground.
It's a joke, son. It's a joke. Old foghorn leghorn used to say, "Look at me when I'm speaking to you, boy."
You electric guys, just get your Jet X airplane. You remember those
Oh yeah.
for the flashlight handle?
Yeah, and the little wires are in
Yeah.
there.
Go, you.
Can't find a neon green paint. I'll tell you what you do. Go to the House of Colors paint, automotive paint store, and you can get the base to whatever color you want. And just get the base with no binder in it. And get a little can of that and add that to clear dope, clear dope, and then thin it down to whatever you need to thin it down to paint it, and you can pretty much get any color that you want to that way. There's plenty of stuff written about that on Stunt Hanger. If you look under the painting sections, I know Bob Hunt did a bunch of big articles, and various other guys, Bob Brookins.
Looking for lime green. I got that pearl green.
Yeah, that's a custom mix though that Bob mixed for you. But it's you can mix any color that you want. You can match your car or any car that's out there on the market, whatever car paints that are out there, you can do that with them. I think there's some brand names that the guys were using. I'm not familiar with them. I haven't done that. But I've seen their airplanes and they're every bit as good as regular dope, start to finish. But with your dope paints like Randolph or any of them or SIG or any of them, you are pretty limited on colors unless you're good with mixing and know what colors to mix together and all that stuff and percentages to get the colors that you're looking for. It's
You gotta have a book, and you gotta have the formula.
yeah, there's certain parts of blue, green, yellow, purple, makes different colors and different amounts of each paint, and it can get rather confusing. And but normally they have color samples at auto paint stores, that commercial type auto paint stores. I'm not talking about O'Reilly's or AutoZone or a place like that. I'm talking about a regular paint shop that supplies everything.
I go to Sherman-Williams Automotive to get my stuff. Let them all work.
Got a hairdryer in here.
Yeah.
Hot air gun. I'm gonna heat it a little bit.
Not really, because that'll lift the.
I don't like to either. I don't.
I just start painting there.
Might not be enough primer.
There's enough there. It goes under black. I mean, I'm just looking to change
You gotta change the yellow part.
the letters to yellow.
It might be pretty good.
A little spittle on there. Pretty dry.
You can add a little more color to that mix if it's not covering like you want it.
Yeah, maybe so.
Take this pipe up.
I'm using super coat for this.
Well, that's light coat.
It's all made the same place, certified.
Well, that's some thick stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's thick.
I think the most important part, if you're gonna, like I'm using SIG Super Coat here for a very small spot. I think the biggest thing about it is to use one thinner.
See that on the black? Okay, still a little clear. Another sticker or two in it.
I painted about 40 wicks.
No doubt. Haven't used any of it.
This was given to me by Gary Hager, so I know it's at least 20 years old. One more. Can't find a neon green.
You can get any color you want, like I said, the way you. I knew there's plenty of low riders and sewing machine cars out there. It's got neon green, bright green. I've seen the color charts in there that's got all sorts of fluorescent colors on them. I mean fluorescent orange, fluorescent green, fluorescent, which would be about the same as a neon.
Right.
Right.
Almost looks like it should have been painted white, not light gray.
You did pretty.
It'll be fine because it gets painted black. I mean,
Yeah, you just gotta get that stripe out of it. We'll get there. Just takes coats. Get to use that full strength that you had it before, done 50% with a HVLP gun in one coat. Get done with it. The airbrush, they don't put anything on there hardly. Cause that one puts out pretty good. How big is that lettering? How far out past that white stripe does it come? 1/4 inch. Maybe half the letter.
Another coat, that would be good. I'll take the paper off. I'll let that dry. I'm not gonna pull that up over here. I'll pull that up at home. Let it dry real good, because it's,
Got a lot of thickness there. You know, my theory on painting when it comes to coating one, the reason why I keep saying is to let it dry is because I think that it doesn't eat down into the coat underneath of it as deep, and so it builds better if you let it dry real good between coats. That's my theory now. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know, but works for me. And as they always say, you know, 4 light coats is better than 1 big heavy coat.
one windy coat.
Yeah. You end up putting less paint on. It's amazing how much that'll change colors from there when you put that black on it. That yellow will pop twice as much. But if that was white there, like you said, if that was white instead of gray, that would have made it even more brighter. But that Wix emblem, I thought the real emblem was sort of a dark yellow, not a bright yellow. That's all right. Mess around.
Just remind me when I'm shooting to clear that I gotta get the edges real good. I gotta load.
Can't
the
find a green paint that's not an automotive paint. This is really Mikasaki tissue, the color I want. Take that color down, take that tissue down to one of those paint stores we're talking to, and they'll put it on a color spectrum meter, and they'll mix you a base to that color of that tissue, or as close to it as they can get, and they're pretty good. They'll take an old paint job on a car, and they'll make a spray can up for you, and they'll tint that paint to match that faded out color of that car. Because, you know, if you put a stock color paint on a car that's 15 years old, been sitting out in the weather and everything, that paint is not the stock color anymore. You paint that on there, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. But they'll tone that paint whatever it takes to match that faded out color. And like I said, you're not getting the paint mixed with thinner and everything. You're just getting the binder part of it. So they'll use that color spectrum thing, and they'll get you pretty close.
Here's what it's called. It's called a profit. Take it down there and ask them to shoot a profit on this. And they'll put the machine on it and shoot the color code. One more coat, that'll be good. And we'll move to the red.
Back now.
Where's my, yeah, we'll move to the red. Got a ball driver up there?
No, I took it back downstairs.
Did you coat it?
Yep.
Yep, that's done. That's done.
Put a windy coat on it.
What? Put a windy coat on it?
Windy coat on it.
Yeah, well, that'll work.
And I concentrated on the dark. The red.
We're color changing now. We'll pour that paint back in the can. I want to wipe that out.
Going good.
Cause yellow and orange, or yellow and red make orange.
Yeah.
This is the original red that I started with. Quart. Wasn't even a quart, was it? No. I've used maybe that much of it. Maybe. And then it's blue. I'm gonna have to take this off. Go for blue. There's the red. I'm not gonna use fine line on that burst back there. I'll just use the yellow tape.
Yeah.
See how it comes out. That way it won't peel up the paint on the fuselage, maybe. Maybe. So I need to mask out the canopy. I'm not gonna repair it, there's touch-ups to do on the edge of those flaps and stuff. I'm not gonna repair those till after the clear's on it.
I wouldn't either.
Okay, so I need a paper. Scissors.
I don't know why they paint these caps black and stuff, because it just comes off as soon as you start using thinner on them.
They don't expect you to be using lacquer paint in those things. They expect you to be using acrylics. Huh?
Well, they're idiots.
Well, the Grexes are stainless, so. Or no, they're brass chrome.
Yeah.
That's why
They
they.
just leave the finish off of them, and leave them clear metal, but then I guess they probably rust or something,
That's why the Grex is $300.
Yeah, and it's show chrome. It's some nice chrome work.
Yeah, it's triple chrome plated.
Good, I'm glad they got a good auto paint store for you. That might solve your whole problem. But I would suggest go online and look up the exact thing to do. And they'll tell you exactly what you need to leave out of it and all that. And I know Bob Hunt for one, and Bob Brookins both.
I called Bob Brookins.
And did that, or yeah, call Bob.
He's hard of hearing, so you gotta yell, but
He's an auto paint guy.
he's a real fan. I guess this year I don't have to judge appearance for classics either.
But they're not gonna let you. Did you do a good job or something?
I didn't do it last year because I flew, remember?
Yeah.
See, Patterson usually runs that. I guess Brookins is gonna run classics this year. I mean, he might ask me, but he probably already has somebody else.
Well, they sure did speed up when you did it. It could be an all-day thing over there at the 180 building.
No,
Well, it
that-
seems like an all-day thing.
I'm talking about classic because I'm gonna
Oh, classic,
be flying open this year, so I can't judge appearance. The year that I didn't judge is the year, or didn't fly is the year that I judged.
Well, you could judge classic, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's what I normally do.
Because that's down the field.
Doug Patterson.
Are you flying classic? Are you
No.
Your Tucker?
No. I'll probably give that Tucker away.
You know, I entered classic, but I don't know. I got to get that network out and fly too.
I know just the guy I'm gonna give it to too. I think I'm gonna use my Iwata for this. Or my Gretsch. I mean. It works so good.
That little gun's cleaned out. It's ready to go. Want to use it. For the most part, I don't know that I've ever re-thinned paint that I use in my HVLP gun and put through that airbrush. I don't remember ever doing that. That must have been super thick.
Going back to the Grex. Please don't give me any trouble.
Whatever you do, Craig, if you're still on here, Biswick, if you try to get the mask, whatever you do, do not use regular masking material. It is tenacious and you'll rip your covering off and everything. Do not use regular masking or regular vinyl. You have to get the low tack masking vinyl. If it doesn't say low tack, don't get it. There's a number to that. What was that number on that stuff? 30. I can't remember the number now.
Well, what are the chatters saying? Are they bored to death with us yet?
Nothing since.
How many's on there?
$14 and 18 thumbs up, 14 viewing.
Yeah, we ain't bad, Chad. We ain't grinding shit.
I seen he was making running boards and stuff the other day and putting the roof on his imitation car.
Yeah, he's pulling as he's welding instead of pushing. Pulling doesn't do a good job. What's gonna happen to the top of this now? Gotta be
Right here. Over here. You're mixing in two different places.
No,
What color?
this here.
Oh, what color are you gonna paint this?
It's gotta get painted white first. Shit. I guess I could run white through this.
Run white through the other one.
Yeah.
Here, put this over there by that red paint.
Yeah.
Find the cap.
No. Gotta be right here. Probably sitting right there. It is.
Snake would have bit you.
Out with hiding.
You got red in that?
Yep.
You got red going on these?
Yep.
Leading edge? Or the stripes?
Yeah.
Got any spots on this cow to fix?
No. Okay.
Leave it in the box. Out of harm's way.
This is probably over the top doing all this shit on these things, but I'm an over the top kind of guy. Dan, if you're watching, you best be sanding.
Bolt that motor in that thing. Go flying. Take a trip over to Muncie.
I think Dayton's closer than Muncie.
He lives on the west side of Indianapolis, doesn't he?
Yes, I don't know.
Might be about the.
Yeah, it is the west.
It's an hour and 10 minutes from here. Muncie is.
About the same. Okay, let's see, we can't screw this up. Not going on. I guess I cleaned it out with the HVLP, huh?
Yeah. Is it in just a little bit change?
Yeah.
It's gonna take a couple days. Typical. Typical. Those little boogers are hard to get darkened up because all the surrounding paint darkens up with it. So you're sort of chasing rabbit down the hole.
It'll be fine.
Would be nice to actually have one come out with no pull-ups and no overspray and no. I think that's too much to ask though, isn't it? I've never had one come out where I didn't have repairs.
How long we been on? Top left.
2:31.
2.5 hours. Shit, that's probably good enough right there. I'll hit it once more, but I think that's probably good enough right there.
Tried to just get that little spot.
That sounds good.
I know. Start off, work on.
Okay, now the blue. one more coat on these. Huh? Another coat on these and the blue. Oh, you know what? Go ahead and get that with the white
I will.
while I got the red in here.
I don't want to put that prep soil on primer.
Right.
If it is soaked into it, I'm not just gonna get dust off of it. I don't want to play it.
Yeah, that other red spinner I got is insignia red. It's just a shade off.
You know, that might come out a little different.
Like there's white.
Where's the white at?
That other spinner is just a shade off. You can just barely tell the difference, but it's enough that would aggravate me. And I kind of like the Cadillac red better than the insignia red.
I do too. It pops just a little bit more.
What?
Yeah.
If that 2K clear wasn't so expensive, I'd go ahead and put that 2K on the spinner
Yeah.
and the cowl maybe. But once you crack that,
It's all over but the crime.
you gotta use it all. You could paint a whole airplane with that little brush.
It does a pretty good job for a cheapy airbrush. It'll put out some paint. That's pretty much done.
Yep.
That white cover's so good. God, I can't believe that.
Well, it needs another coat because I can see pock marks in it here.
Okay. Find some place to stick it here. Don't let it roll off. That'd be a real pain in the
Stick it right there.
too.
Wait 5 minutes, hit it again, then wait 5 minutes and hit it red. Let's see what the chatters have to say. 1619.
Are you ready for another color?
No, gotta paint red.
Are you gonna paint red again now?
Red there and red on the spinner, and then I'll change to blue. Been watching Stunt Hanger a couple of months. Those stick-like pieces are inserted on your ailerons and elevators are for what purpose? To align them prior to adding the hinges. Yes. Building an RC Sig Smith mini plane. Yeah, when I put a stick on top and on the bottom and rubber band them together, that holds the elevators in neutral.
Is that what you're talking about?
I think that's what he's talking about.
Or is he talking about on the wrist thing?
No, that's a paint stand.
I mean, we don't know what you're talking about. This is a paint stand. We stick these sticks in where your hinges go, and it sort of holds your flap or elevator or rudder by the hinge slots, and you're free to paint it and set it down somewhere and let it dry. Make these up for whatever the hinges are. So this is just like a cheap piece of basswood and some 64th inch plywood.
But if you're talking about the stick on top and bottom of the elevator, that's what I use to align the elevator. I do that when I glue them on too.
It just holds them in neutral.
Glue the flaps on first and get them, look at them from behind, make sure they're square, make sure they're straight across, parallel to the trailing edge, then put them up to 0, and then your elevator horns, I use the sticks on them to hold them at 0, so everything's 0. Of course, then again, you're going to end up having to droop them down a little bit, but that dry up?
Probably still wet. This is rubbery, and then here, right, still no damp in the middle.
That help, Walt? I've seen you remove aileron and elevators. Oh, no. No. Those are the hinges that I make. You're talking about these sticks sticking out here. This is a lollipop. It's a 3/8 lollipop with a hole drilled in the center. And then there's a pin set back in 3/8 of an inch. This is like a real aircraft hinge. Or it may be like, what do they call them? Cleat hinges?
No, clit hinges, but it's not like a clit hinge.
Yeah, it's not, but this is a pocket hinge. So that you can take them on and off.
He has those made. They pin router those out of 1/8 inch plywood, 6-ply plywood. If you hang with us when we get back downstairs, we'll show you some.
Shoot, I gotta get plugged back in. You're gonna paint white again? Dry enough?
No, go ahead.
Plug me back in.
This, I think there's some bad spots on that
Spinner itself.
spinner itself. Well, amazing pocket hinges, never seen them before. Spacing
Well-
between the elevators. The aileron is almost absent. Excellent. Yeah, on the elevator, is that one set flush or has that got the
No,
overhang?
that's it.
He's got the trailing edge of the stabilizer where the sheeting on the top and bottom overhangs the trailing edge by about, I don't know, is
1/8 of an inch.
maybe 1/8 of an inch. And so that creates a little pocket on the trailing edge of the stabilizer, and the elevator sits inside of that. So you won't see a gap per se, you can't see daylight through the hinge line. Now on this airplane, the flaps don't have that on them. So when he puts the flaps on, he's gonna push them up there to where they're touching. Yeah, they'll squeak a little bit, paint on paint, when you deflect them at first until they get sort of wear themselves in a little bit. Heck, I got one that still squeaks to this day, and it's 15 years old. You don't see daylight hardly through the gap. I mean, they're real tight.
Just take some 1200 or 600 sandpaper.
Yeah, I've done that, run just a single piece of sandpaper up and down through there. So basically, you got a piece of paper gap. Very tight hinge line. Works like a champ. Now I've got those recessed on both the elevators and the flaps on my GSL.
You're the guinea pig.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it works. If it does on the plane, if you can tell the difference. I mean, what we're trying to do basically by doing that is doing away with taping the hinge line. I mean, I've seen guys with hinge lines that you could drop a nickel through them. And yeah, definitely you need tape. And some people might debate that fact too. You can look at Wesley Dick's airplane that he built, the Velva. Yeah, it looks like Venetian blind flaps. So there blows your tight hinge line theory all to heck in a handbasket. Or your taped hinge line theory. So
That's close enough.
I personally think they look better if they got a real tight hinge line and you can't see through them. There's no reason for not doing that outside of you're not insetting your hinge in the moving surface.
Okay, color change, I guess. So let's see here. I'm on my red. I go to blue next. Red and blue makes green, so I better work this out.
Yeah.
No, red and blue make brown.
Or brown, yeah. Wouldn't be good. Mix them all together and they make a real ugly brown.
You think it makes black, but it makes crap.
Yeah, it makes crap. Yes. That's it. Those would take some serious talent to fabricate.
No.
I would stay with plastic crap for 15 more years. Well, I'll tell you what, I've made my own. He has them pin routed by a guy that's got a laser or a CNC type pin router, you know, or laser. I guess you could have them laser cutter if you wanted burnt edges on them, but he has them routed because he doesn't want burnt edges.
$30 for a lifetime supply.
Yeah, $30 for about a 12 by 12 sheet of those things, and you get about 1,000 of them. Yeah, the wood hinges, they glue in there pretty good. They glue in there as good as wood glues in, so.
The hardest part of doing those is finding the brass eyelets and the wire to go in it.
Yeah, they got a little pivot hole in them. You'll see when I don't feel like walking all the way down in the basement right now. But the pivot hole in there that the little pin goes through has got a brass eyelet in it. It's a 16th inch ID or a 32nd or 64th inch ID or something like that. And a 16th inch OD. And you got to glue a little eyelet in each one of those. And then you cut a little piece of wire about, I don't know, 3/4 inch long. Then you inset that wire half the diameter of the barrel of that hinge into the trailing edge of your elevator or your flaps. And you cut a little slot for the lollipop part of the hinge. It's they're a little bit of work. They're not as easy to put in as a pinned hinge, I don't think, but
Sure work good.
they work good. Yeah. They're real floppy controls. On my pin hinges, I take and cut all the pins out of the pin hinges, keep them in matching pairs, and I replace the wire that was in there with a piece the next size smaller. And I just bend an L angle piece of wire, this width of the hinge, insert that in there, and that bent end of the wire you just put in with the hinge when you glue it in. That keeps the wire from falling out. And I sand them all, both sides, all of them. Sand them with about 80 grit paper.
That's more work than those than there is in mine. That's
You know, I take all the barrels and I put Vaseline on all the barrels and then glue gets in them. But I come up with some pretty free controls that way. I trim off any flashing that happens, plastic flashing that happens to be on there if they click when you move them. You don't want any that click.
You want your airplane, in case the lines go slack, that you still have control on it. The only way you can do that is with super free hinges.
I've had my airplane out there where the wind caught it and have 15 foot of bow in the lines and still have control of the airplane because the controls move real free. It's a real heart-stopping proposition, but it can happen.
Okay, so this is all the blue I started with, and it's still full. So that means, you know, I used half of it. Okay,
Is that
so
4 ounces, 4-ounce can?
yeah. Yep. If I get real ambitious tonight, I may gold leaf if it declares on it. Ink or gold leaf one.
You gonna sand it before you ink it?
Lightly.
See, these airplanes, they don't have any orange peel in them. That you could call orange peel.
No grapefruit peel.
If you could call it orange peel, I doubt it, but. And a lot of that comes from thinner. Don't put it on thick and use plenty of thinner.
Okay. it gets 3/4 of an ounce of this, it'll be a miracle.
As your paint gets older, it loses its thinner. I mean, the stock thinner that comes with it. And it'll thicken up. So as the paint gets older, you'll need to add more thinner to it by ratio. So say you take a brand new can of paint, yeah, the hinge, Sparky's got a hinge video out there that shows everything about these barrel hinges that he's using. But what I was on was the thing, the paint. The thinner gets out of the paint, and then you need to add more thinner to it than what you would a brand new fresh can of paint. So when somebody asks, how much thinner do you put in there? Well, it depends. Is it a brand new fresh can of paint, or is it an old one that's been sitting around for 10 or 15 years, or what is it, you know? The reason why it depends is because of that, you know, how much stock thinner is still left in it. Is normally once you open a can, it comes out of there. And you'll constantly be adding more thinner than what you need. So when we say 60%, that's a brand new fresh can of paint. And it has no thinner in it. And we'll use 60% thinner right off, starting off. And then we'll adjust it from there accordingly. You know, is it spraying good? Is it, you know, is it flowing out? Is it putting on a thick coat? Is it getting a bunch of orange peel in it? You know, if it's orange peeling, it's too thick, and you're putting it on too heavy, using too much air pressure. There's all sorts of variables in that. So the only problem with real thin paint is it'll run on you real easy if you're not careful. So you got to put it on sort of dry and light, and, you know, in more than one coat. I say don't ever try to get an opaque finish with one coat of paint. Spray on a coat, and it'll leave little pebbles like on the surface, and those little pebbles will act to help grab the next coat of paint that you put on it. And then you sort of, within 2 or 3 coats, and they're not really coats, they're more like a dusting, and it'll start building up where you fill in all the little open spots and end up with a full coat. Because I was a paint coating chemist 20 years or so, and I'm with you on both your advice with the paint, especially a lacquer, basically beefed up nail polish. Yeah, it's probably got some plasticizers in it and some other stuff. Maybe not nail polish. It might just be exactly the same thing. It sure has smell the same. Yeah, the old lady bring out her nail polish and say, man, that reminds me of just painting an airplane. Very true, very true. It's just a lacquer-based paint. They might have something in there, some kind of chemical in there that makes it a little more fuel-proof or something. I'm not a chemist, so I don't know.
It's glue. Dope is glue.
It's plastic. It's film. It's been melded in lacquer thinner. That, yeah, plastic. I mean, that was the real nitrocellulose dope. Your old film was nitrocellulose film, man. They used to, that's how they used to make it years and years ago. It was guys that buy film and dissolve it. I used a paint coating chemical for 20 years, so I'm with you. Could one use nail polish for a small spot?
Yeah, you can.
Probably.
It's lacquer.
As far as getting the same color match, that might be a different story. But
We use hairspray. It's lacquer.
yeah, use hairspray on bare wood to keep epoxy and stuff like that from soaking into the wood. Take Aquanet or whatever, try to get the kind unscented.
Try to get
And,
the cheapest shit you can
Yeah,
buy.
real cheap stuff, and
Unscented.
we spray that on the wood, just a very light dusting, and it's basically dope. And we paint right over it, or epoxy over it, or whatever, seals the wood up a little bit for no weight penalty, and keeps the stuff from soaking into it real deep.
Okay. So that's that. Now the last stripe to fix is on the side.
We gotta get that off and stuff, and redo all that. Make a canopy mask, I guess.
Oh, the canopy's not that. But if
Part of it.
we'll unmask all that. Because there's gonna be 2 pieces of paper that all.
Why don't you paint that black and we can get this paper out of there?
Because we're on blue right now. It goes blue and then black. Then I'd have to.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
You can take that off. You're gonna have to take it off anyway to put the new stencil on it. One step at a time.
You know, I really think you might have been better off fixing all that stuff after that clear was on too, because I think that might have helped.
It'll be fine.
Well, it is fine, but I'll tell you something else that we've done too. You're looking at nail polish to touch up. You got to sort of watch, because it's so thick that it'll build a little lump, and you'll have to sand it down flush. What we have done, and everybody's done this, you get your little set of magic markers, some real good magic markers, and right before appearance point judging, you go out there and you touch up all these little spots with the magic marker, and hang a rash or whatever, and you'd be surprised at how much that'll hide, and you can't even tell that it was done in a lot of it, or it hides it enough that you don't see it very well. And everybody does that. I've seen everybody do that. Well, that's some tenacious stuff, isn't it?
It's just that there's so much area. Not that it's.
And I don't know how long it took me to pull all this mass off that checkerboard with it, even with the hot air gun and stuff. Man, it just,
Okay, let's see what this looks like.
you're cringing every second of the way.
Yeah.
Open, please, no pull-ups, no pull-ups.
That's what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, the polish was pennies and the money was in the advertising and the packaging. Yeah, that's pretty much everything.
You talking about?
Big money. The company he worked for or something went into the nail polish business. And anytime you deal with cosmetics and all that stuff, it's big time money and advertising and models and.
Well, here's the film box right here. It's Orifol,
Or a cow.
you know,
Or a cow what?
or a mask. Oh, Oracal, there it is. Yeah, it's Oracal.
Got a number on it? Here on the end. Or a mask 813 stencil film.
Yeah.
You guys that were asking about that early. Or a mask 813 stencil film. Be very cautious of Amazon when you're ordering that stuff and make sure you get what you want. You know, it comes in 6-inch, 12-inch, 24-inch, 36-inch wide rolls, and however many feet long. And you really got to pay attention to how long the pieces are, because they might sell you a 6-foot piece 12 inches wide, or they might sell you a 20-foot piece 12 inches wide. How much do you want?
What's that roll? That roll is 150
This
foot?
is 150 foot,
Yeah.
50 yards.
And I bought 12-inch. I
Yeah.
normally buy 24-inch. I will buy 24-inch again because of the runoff problem. But the way that it worked out, it was twice as much per foot for 24-inch than it was for 12. I know it sounds like it would be right, but you got to figure the price per square foot.
Well, we were also trying to make a stencil that was 11 3/4 of an inch wide and using a piece of 12-inch film.
No, they were 12 inches wide.
Or yeah, yeah, they were 12. Well, I think they were 11 7/8. But nevertheless, if you don't have your vinyl exactly straight, you run into that problem.
Pulled up a little bit of black right there. I'll have to touch it up with ink line.
Yeah, cosmetics and stuff, that's a real dog eat dog world out there. Want some heat?
No.
You're at Darien Souls, that's right where mine pulled up at. And it wasn't even on the part I took paint on.
See that little spot? I mean, nobody'd notice it, but I was using a black pen to fix it after the clear.
Yeah, no, that's black. Easy to repair. Black's probably the black magic marker's probably the easiest thing to fix on little black spots.
Okay.
The reds and the greens and all that stuff tend to be a little clear, and you gotta do them 3 or 4 times. Let them dry real good in between, just like you would painting, sort of. But if you only do just a little teeny area that you need it in, and don't get extravagant around the outside area, you're doing that ink pen repair. Joe Reinhardt did an airplane where he took dope and mixed it up in a gray color and put it in his radiograph pen
Yeah,
and inked all of his lines with dope.
no thanks.
Now, I don't suggest that. By all means, you can ruin your pens real fast with that. And he had a problem when he was doing that. And I think the problem was that the stuff was drying on him as fast as he was putting it down. So he had clogs constantly as he was applying it.
And those pens are $25 to $30 a piece.
Now, his ink job came out beautiful. I mean, those gray panel lines on there just look beautiful. But I know he went through heck trying to make that happen and, but if you want something besides a, black or white or something, but now they got a lot of different colors in ink, but you gotta make sure you get ink for film, which is sort of hard to find now because drafting isn't out there. It's calligraphy and that kind of stuff that is using all the ink nowadays, which it's different. If you don't get it for film, it doesn't hold up right. It doesn't go
60,
down
25 Higgins is the number, I think.
If you can find it, I haven't found it in forever. And we do still have a couple drafting supply houses or art supply houses that have drafting stuff in them. But finding it that's film for film is about next to impossible. You might go on Amazon for that and look for that specifically.
Let's see, I want to give these another coat.
Cosmetics are heavily tied to EPA, yeah, because of cancer and everything else.
Which is baloney.
Uh,
Breathing causes cancer.
I was watching, I wasn't actually watching, I was reading an article about clowns in the past, circus clowns.
Shug Emery?
No, it wasn't him. It was Ringling Brothers, Barnum Bailey Circus, and the clowns that performed there.
You worked there.
They used this white makeup on their faces that was known carcinogen, really bad, nasty stuff. And they would cake their skin with that stuff. And they did have health problems because of that. Might be an extreme case.
Well, here's what I think. I've been spraying dope for 50 years, and I never used a mask. If it cut my life a little short, it was worth it.
Now, your mileage may vary on that.
Yeah. My belief is there's cancer cells in everybody, and it's triggered by different things. Some people smoking, because there's people who die from cancer who don't, or lung cancer, who don't even smoke.
Yep, never have in their entire life. But
But don't take it from me, because I don't know anything.
white lead, yeah, that's probably what it was white lead that they were using in that makeup.
You know, part of this is about parenting. My dad always told me, don't eat the paint.
Yeah. My grandpa and my dad used to paint barns, and I can remember as a kid, they'd come back covered barn red all over their faces. They'd tie a handkerchief around their face and go up there and spray these big barns on these big, huge ladders that reach out there 60 feet or 80 feet or whatever, huge ladders. 3 extensions on them things, big, heavy wood ladders. And they'd be up there on top, they'd bounce that ladder over 4 or 5 feet either direction so they could reach out there and paint, and then they'd come down and all covered in that red paint. And they'd have a can of kerosene or a can of gasoline down there on the ground and a rag in it, and they'd sit there and clean their face and their hands and their arms and their legs and everything off with gasoline or kerosene or whatever it was they were using at the time. Same thing they were putting in the paint for thinner.
You know, the reason why there were so many fires, when they varnish floors, you know what they used to thin it out with? Gasoline.
Yeah, that years ago, that's,
Yeah. Before OSHA, they thinned that varnish with gasoline.
I can remember we had this big spray outfit on this trailer. It looked like a car trailer, about 20 foot long, and it had this big single line engine on it that must have been 3 foot tall.
Hit and miss.
No, but the doggone piston on it was about the size of a coffee can, you know, a big 1 pound coffee can inside there, and the cylinder head was about as big as a trash can. Huge thing, big long straight thing, and that thing had they cleaned the rat nests and stuff out of the carburetor and stuff from over the winter. And they just pull it out there and squirt a bunch of gasoline in it and stuff, and wrap a rope around it and yank that puppy, and it'd start up and it'd just go pop, 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 pop. It wasn't a hit and miss, but it'd just sit there and just putt along all day long. Had a big old twin cylinder compressor on it that it was probably only a 5 horsepower motor, but it looked like it should be about 100 horsepower.
Ain't gonna be perfect, but it'll be closer. It's only inch off now. I tell you what makes you frustrated. When you're fixing something, and where you put the paint, it pulls another back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, it can do that to you if you get too close to the
I know. Go around this way.
Those were the days. Yes, those were.
You watching the chat on your phone?
Well, I try to, but I'm afraid of getting feedback by hearing this through my phone. I can turn the volume off so I can't doesn't speak back to us, but
Yeah.
I click it off and on. So yeah, I did a lot of things back in the days as an auto mechanic. Remember siphoning gas out of a car or something and getting a big old mouthful of gasoline.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
And swallowing it accidentally. Burped that stuff for a month. Yeah, hold your breath.
Wasn't bad, it was coming off the canopy. I'm just trying to straighten this line out so that I don't have to tape the top line again. Yeah, I can see I'm gonna need a little brush there. Got about 3 or 4 little spots that were pulled up to the super fill. Like right there, there, It won't be nothing. You got a little brush here, don't you?
I don't know if I got one fine enough to do that. Maybe a toothpick.
I'll leave it alone. We'll catch it on the second run of clear.
A lot of times, if you build it up with thick paint and you put it on, like he says, with a small paintbrush and toothpick, and then you clear over top of it, it'll sort of melt it down a little bit, and
Oh, yeah, it'll disappear.
smooth it out. Just be careful, guys. If you're using retarder in your clear or in your colors or whatever, and you're painting over your canopies, buyer beware.
Get the stickum off of it.
It works. It helps. Not a cure-all, but it does help. Trust me, if it picks up any little hairs or anything off your shirt, you'll never see them. It'll come right back off with the tape. But it takes just enough of the edge off the stickum. It still works, but it less of a chance of pulling up.
Uh-oh.
The CDC changed its mask.
Yeah. What does the wino have to say?
You really want to know what he has to say, or you want to know what I have to say?
Keep your mask on till 2024.
He's agreeing with the CDC, and they're so wishy-washy. It's pathetic. They want if you've been vaccinated, you can go without a mask. But if you haven't been vaccinated,
I've been vaccinated, haven't you?
Then you have to wear a mask forever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other diseases been out there and stuff, but they didn't call for any kind of mask mandates.
I'm not there yet. All the paint together.
You know me, if I see something, I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna shoot right there. I'm not gonna change that line, because that line was the original tape line. So what I'll do is here, we're just gonna use 2 pieces of paper. And then I'll do the blocker.
On
roll
the
it.
very end.
Huh?
On the very end.
Yeah.
That works. It's amazing. That little bit of advice. What he's talking about, he'll show you here on camera if we can get behind the
You
airplane.
can grab the
maybe.
camera and put it up there.
And
Just gotta unplug it or whatever.
what he's doing here, he's sort of rolling that masking tape back and leaving just one little edge stuck down. And he's not creating a hard line there that way. And so when he comes and airbrushes this little spot, it's right here. When he comes and airbrushes this spot, he'll come from here and he'll come up here and he'll just sort of whisk it away. And because that's rolled up like that, it won't create a hard line there. And we won't have to sand it out or anything. It'll just fan that right in there and it'll all look one way. And
Perfect.
It'll be nice. Hope you guys can see that, how he's done that. We'll put a piece of paper on this line, and because it'll be paper on tape on tape, whatever. And he wants a hard line there, but right there where it ends, he doesn't want a hard line.
I might take that back off and put it on after I got the paper on.
Yeah. That's how it's done. You don't want a hard line on a repair, or you crashed an airplane and you're trying to blend things in to an existing finish. That's a neat little tip. Works real well.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
May look like a little overkill. He's double taping that, and there's a reason. You try to double tape every chance you can, and all it does is it adds a second layer of protection to bleed through or overspray or anything like that might be going on.
Because trust me, if it can find a spot, it certainly will.
It does. It don't matter how good you paper and tape something off. There's going to be a little pinhole somewhere.
I hope you guys pick up something on these videos. I mean, John and I don't do it the same, and everybody didn't do it the same. It just, what I do works for me. What John does works for him, but we don't differ much. But some of the other guys may, they want to use epoxy and want to argue about what finishes. Whatever you use it. Just like we're going to do a bug sprayer paint job. Trust me, it will work.
And yes, it will be a bug sprayer.
Piece of paper back here. I couldn't get it to. Here it is.
Right there, so then flop down and stand it out.
Two shorts. One for the front, one for the back.
I'm gonna cut that in half.
Yeah. No sense in wasting this valuable paper. Of course, it might be valuable with the inflation going on.
You betcha. Like I there, and it's $35 for a roll of $4 paper. I'd be pissed.
Like our $20 mason jar
Yeah,
that we could have got for $6.
$6 went from $6 to 20. Well, actually, I've seen them as high as $24 for a box.
I paid 20 something for that box.
Here, let me have it. What's there in there? How many bottles?
12, I think.
12.
12, yeah.
12 quart jars with lids. Of course, those are ball mason jars, and they could be. There's some aftermarket kind, some that are cheaper.
Yeah, you know me, I don't like cheaper. I don't like crap. Buy the best one time.
That's what you're gonna do.
Okay, let her rip, tater chip.
20 minutes worth of taping for 30 seconds worth of painting.
Yeah.
Sort of helps if you put a little bit of paint in there, doesn't?
Yeah. Trying not to use any paint though.
Yeah.
I guess we'll clear after lunch, huh? We're gonna do lunch today?
Gonna have to think about lunch.
What?
Have to think about lunch.
Yeah,
You eat a pizza?
I suppose.
Okay.
Gonna take several coats here. Now what I'm doing here, let me
What kind do you like?
gut bomb,
We normally get,
whatever.
we don't get deluxe. We just get like mushrooms, onions, and pepperoni.
Okay, whatever.
We'll have it delivered.
Okay, what I'm doing here is I'm whisking into this paper, or to this tape on the end. And that'll blend that real nice. We're out of paint already. Took quite a bit of paint. Took that whole cup to do that. So we'll let it dry for a minute. I'll hit it one more time because it's a little light on the tail. See, what happened was, in my apartment, it's dark and I don't have the most ideal working conditions. I got it sitting on that piano stand and I can't really stand back and eyeball it. and one of the tails was an inch shorter than the other tail. You can only see one side of the airplane at a time, but once you know it's there, you gotta fix it.
Yeah, so you have to extend the other side.
So like these spots here on this, I gotta have clear on that to melt that all together.
It'll help.
After the clear. There's
Yeah, all these trailing is, that's where we always have the problem. That
Because-
feels like glue there. That might rub off, doesn't it? It's rubbing off, yeah.
tape glue. Oh,
Tape
good,
glue.
good.
That'll all come off there.
That's good.
Hey, look at that stripe. You actually got a little line right there.
How they fell.
Yeah. That's glue there too. Oh, that's glue.
Good.
That's glue there. Go around here with a dry towel. Before we put the clear on it. And
Prep
look for
all.
these things. Yeah, rub that off there.
Prep saw. That's good. That way I don't have to monkey with it. I know there are some spots that I'm gonna have to do after the clear, but
Oh, absolutely. We don't have to go anywhere. We can just stay. We'll have it delivered.
Okay, good.
6 foot apart.
Yeah, right.
Open this world back up and let's get back into business
Let's
again.
get back to work.
Bring prices back down. Quit paying people to stay home. Pardon my rant.
I moved out of the house at 15 and a half years old. My dad said, Robert, it's time to get off your ass and get a job. And I went in the military at 17.
I went in when I was 17 too. By the time I was 17 and 3 months or something like that, 2 months, years old. My parents signed for me.
Glad to get rid of you.
And before I was 18 years old, I was loading nuclear bombs on B-52s. Ain't that something?
Well, I wasn't 18 years old yet and fixing holes in F-14s.
Mm-hmm.
$23 million piece of equipment. That's them. They're probably $200 million today's money.
I bought and sold mini bikes and go-karts when I was probably 10 years old until I
Hold
was
that.
about, so before I went into service.
Oh, perfect. Now we can explain why we double mask.
Yeah. Getting close up to that.
Okay. Here's the reason for double masking. Oop. What the hell's going on here? Right there is the perfect reason for double masking. Had that masking tape not been there, there'd be blue on the white.
Yeah.
And it don't matter how good you put it down.
A little heat on
That's okay. That's red off the tape. Don't worry about that. That's what spooks you, when it pulls fast, it goes, yep.
it. Yeah. Everything's coming up down to the bare bone.
Will I get through it? See any more glue down there needs to be?
I see a little spot of white that you do after you clear it. Just don't want to forget it's there. It's on the bottom.
Who looks at the bottom?
You'd be better off with this one, just taking a toothpick and dabbing a little tin with a paintbrush. So just a little tin, it's a pull-up.
Oh yeah, I'll just dab it. That repair turned out nice.
And we got one last major thing to do. Get that blue tape off there without anything happening. I'd suggest using heat on that myself.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
On the overspray. That's okay. I'll get the dog. Those. Matter, nobody would even notice it except me. Okay, black is what's left. We might use heat on the flap, on that stun hanger. In this here, I don't know. Okay, so
I started using heat on that stuff and I ended up having more problems because it doesn't take but the heat of your breath to make that stuff about twice as flexible as what it is. And I ended up peeling that stuff off without using heat in the end. So I made sure I didn't pull it straight up. I just pulled it back over on itself. And it still got some pretty good sticky even for low tack.
because there's so much area.
It's gonna be like 15 minutes.
50 minutes. Yeah, right.
All right. We got a camera.
Or ASAP. Because they can't find any help.
That's because they're getting $600 a week to do nothing.
Yes.
Stay at home.
Thank you, Joe Bonehead.
No new chat. Chime in, anybody, whenever you want to. You see something you want to ask a question about?
I wanted to open that up a little bit.
It always scares you when you pull that tape off the mask and it feels that paint out away from the tape. No, no. Oh, that's on the mask. They ain't hurt me.
That's why when you showed me that red, I didn't get upset.
Mm-hmm.
This is not good.
Yeah, your little pilot guy came out pretty good with your hairdo deal.
I just didn't like,
The ladder. Please,
Where are you getting on the ladder at?
on here.
I just didn't like how flat that the Williams Brothers pilots look, you know?
Yeah, I really don't have any detail. Not much, anyway.
Look at me, I'm full of,
Yeah.
full of.
That's definitely.
Okay. Always double mask. You're painting a car, a motorcycle, airplane, helmet, whatever, always double mask. You'll be glad you did. Yeah.
I don't want it that way back.
Yeah, I got the whole story on our server the other day. They sold the company that the stunt hanger's on to a multi-nation conglomerate or whatever.
Ah,
So that's why all the support is in the Philippines.
they're fixing to shut it all down, eh?
According to the guy, no. Who knows? Okay, does that look right?
Yeah, I would make it shut down. You put another layer all the way around it.
It's only got a 1/16 of an inch to the end of the stencil right there. I'm gonna do that stun hanger and then I'm ready to paint black. And don't forget the thumbprint on the flap. It's already taped off. Yeah, I was holding the flap and I got a big thumbprint in a checkerboard. Okay. Maybe. Okay, now the black. See, I'm even gonna double tape this stencil here. This spot right here is the one I'm most worried about. If you look at the flap, you can see that what I was talking about lifting.
Mhm.
And that's why I want to get that thinner on there to loosen that all up, maybe shrink it up to get it on wet enough. If I do this right, I can get the bottom too. Except I'm using that, I'm gonna have to tape on the bottom too, because I'm using that white fan,
Mhm.
not using my Iwata. You know what? I don't think I want to do that.
Put a piece of tape over the top of that so you don't get sticky to sticky and have a heck of a time trying to get them off one another. No chatters.
No chatters. You guys doing? Sleeping?
Probably take a break eating lunch.
What are you looking at?
Just looking at the file.
Oh, how bad I did. I didn't have any gloss to put on him. Or, you know, the semi-gloss or whatever the hell you call it.
Alright, looks good. He's not sweaty.
Well, Don Typod says you gotta, skin is shiny, it's not flat.
Yeah, I guess it's a semi-gloss, maybe. What do you want me to do with this?
Unmask if you want.
Oh, yeah. So you can blame me.
Don't they?
Yeah, it's gonna happen to me or it's gonna happen to you, one or the other. Don't matter.
Be careful. Rip, rip, rip. You know what? I'm gonna take this flap off and paint it.
Probably easier.
Huh?
Probably easier.
That way I don't have to worry about the airplane getting anything on it. Well, the nice thing about those, if you screw them up, I can just paint them black. Yeah, paint them black. They should come out okay though. When I stop at Walmart tonight, I gotta get a woman's blush brush. Keep forgetting it.
Well,
Because it's not something that I normally look for. Come on, get off of there. Got this stupid flat tape to the wing. There we go. I don't have a piece of paper. I just cut it down. This is pretty. Oh, there it is. Poof, like a fart in the wind. And that repair turned out perfect.
on that strap.
Yep. I got 3 different widths of stripes on that thing. How'd it come out? Perfect.
Now, sorry, you need some white paint on the top of it.
I'll be all right. Here's the landing gear, one of them. Perfect. Perfect. So now I need the black. Now this black, you got the other black over there, or what'd you do with it?
Shouldn't we, yeah?
This black here, is 30 years old. And it was like honey when it,
Yeah. Thick stuff.
you don't use much black unless you're gonna paint an airplane black, which is probably not likely.
You still don't use a lot of black. Covers so good. Problem a lot of people have, I think they have, is they try to cover things up with paint. And that means pits and dings and dents and shit like that, and they want to put the paint on thick enough to fill that junk in.
Not how it works.
It don't work like that, nope.
I got this thinned white. What I need is a small jar of 100%. So I'm gonna take one of your smallest jar you got. I mean, it's like a thimble full, just so you know, so I can go around and touch those spots.
Yeah,
Cause
gotta have 100% for that. Can't get by with anything less. Unless you want to give yourself a royal headache.
yeah, coat after coat after coat. I don't think so. Okay. Let's see here. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing or not. Can they see, John?
Yeah, like,
It's all the paint that gets. Boy, today is a perfect day for painting, you know it?
yeah, but look at them trees, it'd be bad out flying.
Yeah, I know.
Got to get out this.
There ain't no wind either.
Not bad.
Now this is the color change for the wicks. And that's all there is. All that work for 2 seconds painting. Okay, so now I have a thumbprint on the back of that one. I need to fix. Stupid me, when I was painting it, I thought it was a stencil, but it was a black square, and I put my thumb in it. But it'll only take 1 second to touch it up. Double mask, double mask. I can't tell you how many times double masking has saved me. See the thumbprint right there? So, don't give me such a hard time. It's gonna be 1 spritz, and that's it. Okay, where's the, hey, hand me the airbrush here. It's gonna come out nice. Okay, fix the 1 spots and that's it. That's it. That's all there is. Yeah. So there's that, and if you look, there's a nice even coat on it. Not glossy, it's just nice thin coat. If you put the paint on these stencils and make it glossy, you got way too much paint on it. And you could end up with a big problem.
Badger brush never lets me down. Cute little booger. Had this thing for probably 30 years or better. At a hobby shop where I was getting
$5.
bottles and stuff,
Yeah.
out of business.
That one hobby shop we went to that one time?
The whole has all the trains and the
Yeah.
the plastic model kits. Yep. They're gone. It's empty.
What is the guy's name? What was his name?
Smitty's Hobby
Smitty,
Shop
yeah.
is the name of it. They are no more.
That guy that looked like a guy right out of the 50s with a white shirt and black tie.
Yeah. He worked for them for 64 years or something like that, the original owners, and when the original owners, decided to give it up, he bought it from them. And kept running it.
We went to a hobby shop, and this guy had a what? I mean, he looked like he was right from the 50s. The whole hobby shop looked like right from the
Well,
50s.
that's with Smitty's. They used to have everything. They had RC models and control line models and all that stuff. And then about 10 or 15 years ago, they got down to where all they had was a couple scientific kits, like a Javelin and, some of the free flight rubber planes. And that's all they had, but they were all plastic cars and trains. And they still had airbrush supplies and a little bit of paint.
Balsa wood.
They had some balsa wood, which was your typical Midwest
RC wood.
supply box. Where'd that white go?
In the box.
That stuff, and I used to go there. I can remember I used to go there all the time when I was a kid. I'd ride my bicycle over just about maybe 4 miles, 3 miles from the house. Ride my bicycle over there and pick up all my stuff that I wanted, embroidered glue and dope and old Smitty, the owner, was always in there.
Ta-da! I got that square fixed. You could have left that white in there. Just put it in your box. That don't matter. Well, I probably won't be doing that with an airbrush. Now, the true. I need to CA this down right here too. The moment of truth. Or do you think I ought to put some heat on this?
For what?
This blue mask.
I haven't had too much problem with that stuff on trailing edges or anything, pulling up anything, but
Remember what this flap's doing.
yeah, I know. So, what can I say about that? Use at your own risk.
I had dozens of those jars. That's the only one I have left. You know, top
Yeah.
and glass. I think there might be a couple of glasses over there,
There's a couple over there, yeah.
but no more tops.
That's what I normally pick up every time I go, is try to get a top. And now that supplier's out.
Well, if it's gonna screw up, you guys are gonna see it here live.
Are you done painting?
I think so. Look the airplane over. I believe so.
Well, you're gonna shoot clear of it before you
Right.
do any of the other repairs. You need to wipe that down real good and get that glue off of it when you do that. As you know.
And believe it or not, I'm not having so far. I better not jinx myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx myself. Better not say anything until it's finished. I think getting it clear on it will help it immensely. Okay, we're almost there. How many thumbs down I'll get for this video? Well, I get them. And it doesn't really bother me on these, but I'll tell you what, it bothers me when I'm at the Nats and I'm doing all that running around. Them jerk offs are sitting there on their couch.
Yeah, you come out there and try to fly and do all that stuff at the same time.
I'm the one-man show.
It's hard to do.
I need to get that Osmo working for the for this phone here so that I can have that. Well, I have a boom for it, and I have external mic and all kind of shit for the osmosis.
Get that up and running before.
Yeah, I've had it up and running, but I was using a different phone. You got to balance it and all that shit. I got two Osmos. I got one for live stream and one for record. And I should have just bought a. You know, this is one of the reasons why I like to buy the best I can get at the time. I should have bought a regular gimbal
Fred's is cleaned down.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Head up to the door, got some pizza?
John's here.
Certainly.
CDC says you can take that stupid thing off.
I'm not my boss though. Let's see, so it came to 1469 today.
Here,
And yes, I
John.
heard even the federal government is early September, mid-September.
No,
Pretty exciting.
yesterday.
Change back for you?
Now,
I appreciate that very much. Y'all have a wonderful weekend.
It is nice.
Thank you.
I gotta get this stuff.
All right, we got one of them done. We're gonna eat lunch here and we'll be back after lunch. You know, I got 3 hinge videos on my channel and people are still asking about these hinges.
Well, everything out there at your fingertips if you want to look for it. It's I know that sometimes that whether it's on your website or any website for that matter, sometimes it can be sort of difficult when you start looking for a search engine, you know. Sometimes you gotta get the wording exactly right, or you won't find nothing.
Well, guys, we've been on 4.5 hours. We got 20 likes and 17 watchers. We'll be back after lunch because I'm going to clear this today and take it home and we'll start inking and maybe do the gold leaf lettering, depending on how I feel. This repair came out perfect.
Good, I'm gonna eat before it gets cold. Now you sit outside and eat outside.
Yeah. All right, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 45 minutes to an hour. See ya.